normal initial state, assisted by my colleagues,
As a conclusion, my lord, the appearances for the accused are as recorded, my lord.
we are standing late, so just not closing my own
Yes, it's fine. For how long?
5 minutes.
That's good, please.
And just before we adjourn, if I can just ask as well, I see there's one of the media cameras is between yourself and the witness. I don't know if the court can see the witness. Do you see the witness? Then it will give the media person also an opportunity to maybe do
During the first one. That's good.
Ja, ze jest dobry.
Just before your registrar for raising the witness, I just want to confirm that the court is able to see the witness. Yes. And just one other aspect, the witness has indicated to me, my lord, that he has a hearing condition as well. So obviously he might, I ask him if he doesn't hear a question, or he must just alert me that I can repeat the question. So
thank you for letting us know. So now we understand.
As it was previous. Hello? And then the next witness called by the state is Mr. P.W. Duduzile.
Please state your full name. Please state your full names.
P.W. Duduzile.
Do you have any objection in taking the oath? You swear that the evidence about the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth. If so, please raise your right hand and say, I do. So I do God.
I do so.
Thank you, my lord. Mr. Zila, can you please tell the court where are you currently employed?
I am currently employed by Veolia, that is Southern Africa, a Veolia entity that is based in Rosbeck. It is a French-based company.
I'll ask you if you can just perhaps raise your voice, because you're also far from myself, that I can hear you as well, please.
I am currently employed by a company called Veolia. It's a French-based company.
Sorry,
Veolia, V-E-O-L-I-A. V-E-O-L-I-A.
That's the position. And in what capacity are you employed at the Veolia?
I am Cyber and Information Security Officer.
In 2022, where were you employed?
In 2022, I was still employed by CSIR in Pretoria.
Can you just tell the court what is CSIR?
Council for Science and Industrial Research.
And at the CSIR, and what capacity were you employed?
So, I was employed by CSIR for almost 15 years. I started as an intern, and I was information security researcher, and then I was a cyber security specialist, and finally I was senior cyber security specialist.
During the year 2022, what was your position at CSIR?
Yes, by 2022 I was a senior cyber security specialist.
Can you please place your qualifications before the court? What qualifications do you have?
Okay, the highest qualification is Masters in Computer Science. undergraduate. Okay.
A Masters in Computer Science, what year did you obtain that?
Come again?
The Masters in Computer Science, in what year did you obtain that qualification?
I completed it by 2006.
At which institution?
University of Zululand.
Any other qualifications?
Prior to master's degree, I completed a BSc Electronics Engineering.
Yes.
Still, for my undergraduate, it was Physics and Electronics, BSc. And metric. Those are my qualifications.
Okay. Can you tell the court what is your mother tongue or your home language?
My home language is isiZulu.
Do you speak any other languages besides isiZulu?
Fluently, it is English. The others I just try. Like Isiswati. Yeah.
Can I ask, where did you grow up?
Wait.
Where did you grow up?
I grew up in an area called Ingwavuma under Chozini municipality.
And which province is that?
KwaZulu Natal.
So, what was the language that you spoke in your family home?
isiZulu.
Right? And in the immediate community where you resided?
Yes, isiZulu as well.
And can you place on the record where did you attend school?
My primary school was at St. Philip's, and high school was Ndumo High School.
Okay. Did you receive any formal education in isiZulu, whether as a medium of instruction or as a subject?
Come again, please.
Apologies, my lord. Did you receive any formal education in isiZulu, either as a medium of instruction or as a subject?
So the only time I did anything in isiZulu was when I was doing isiZulu as a language in high school.
And if I may ask, how did you perform in isiZulu?
Okay, I got isiZulu with distinction. That was years back though.
The qualifications that you've mentioned, if need be, do you have certificates available for that if that becomes an issue?
Oh yes, I did as part of my career in cybersecurity. I did Security Plus, and I was trained as CISSP, which is Certified Information Security Professional. that is CISSP, but I was trained. I hadn't yet written exams, meaning that I'm not certified. Then I did digital forensic investigation certificate as well.
So, apologies, my question was actually, but thank you for the additions. The question is, if need be, do you have those certificates, meaning the degrees and the diplomas, do you have copies of those available, should it be required?
Yes, please, I brought them with me.
Thank you. Now, in your everyday life and your professional environment where you work, how often do you use isiZulu?
Well, when I'm home in KZN, I use isiZulu most of the time. In fact, all the time, unless I have traveled home with my kids, then I'll be using English to interact with them. And when I am in the house with our helper in the house, she's a Zulu-speaking lady. Those would be mostly the times. Well, with my wife as well, but she's typical Tswana. So mostly the communication language in the house would be English.
And at CSIR, what was the language that you used in your work environment?
Well, for my work related, it was English, and with my colleagues, mostly it will be English because they are coming from different regions of South Africa, speaking different languages, so we prefer to use English most of the time.
Would you regard yourself as fluent in both isiZulu as well as English?
Yes.
In your work environment in 2022 at CSIR, how often have you been requested to compile reports, if at all?
Well, most of the time at the CSIR as an institution, we do research, we did research, which I think they still do. And some of the outputs out of that would be your articles, as reports in general. You get a chance to go and present your findings in an environment with your peers in the subject, whichever that you're writing those articles in, and also normal reports when you've done some work. I was doing some part of the work was digital forensics. So if maybe there was a computer that was infected of some sort, at the end of that you are required to write a precise report. So I would say writing reports was mostly a daily thing at the CSIR by then, especially for me.
And when you did those reports, in which language did you do them?
Strictly English.
Now, when you were at CSIR, in the relation specifically to this matter that's before court today, do you recall if the CSIR received any requests pertaining to this matter?
Yes, so I was made aware of that request by my manager by then, Dr. Chabumsweni, who asked me to be part of the team that was going to assist in conducting or doing that work that was requested.
Okay. Do you know what the specific request that the CSIR received was?
The request was Well, my only limited knowledge in terms of what I did was to do an analysis of Twitter data and translate any Zulu written words into English, and then bring my own understanding in terms of the context out of that out of those terms.
And do you know who made that request to the CSIR?
I know that it was from KZN DCPI, and I only got to communicate with Colonel Nazo, who gave me documents with such content that I was supposed to work on.
I want to hand a document to you, and I want you to have a look at the document and see if you recognize it. My Lord, I'll make available to the court as well. You have the document in front of you?
Yes, please, I do have.
Can we just confirm, if you just turn okay, can you please identify this document first before we deal with it?
This is the report that I wrote after conducting my analysis and translation of the Twitter comments.
Does the first page appears to be like a cover page, is that correct?
Yes.
And then if you turn that page around, right at the right hand bottom, it says page 1 of 19, and then it continues like that, is that correct?
Yes.
So would I be correct to say that this bundle of documents consists of 20 pages then, including the cover page?
Yes.
My Lord, if I may request that this bundle be entered as an exhibit. We do not have K yet. I'll ask if it can be marked as exhibit K.
What will it be referred to?
It will be the CSIR social media expertise response. Or we can just shorten it perhaps, my Lord, and just say the CSIR report by Mr. Mzila, the witness before court.
CSIR social media report by Mr. Duduzile Zuma-Sambudla. Sorry,
K.
exhibit K.
Okay, apologies, my Lord. I thought I heard A.
Mark exhibit K.
Ask the court, please, my Lord. My Lord, I see we did make yesterday a reference of the admissions made by the accused that we will mark Exhibit K, but that hasn't been sorted out. So I'll ask that we keep this bundle as Exhibit K. We'll deal with the admissions that was done during the pre-trial at a different stage, not at this stage.
Thank you, my Lord. That's what I wanted to raise, to avoid duplication. But I agree with my Lord.
Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you, my Lord. Now, Ms. Mzila, you've now indicated to the court what your specific request was, how to deal with this, is that correct?
Yes.
And besides receiving the request, was there anything else that was provided to you?
Yes, I was provided with a I think it's a sworn affidavit by Sarah, which contained exactly what I was supposed to translate or analyze and get context out of it.
Mr. Zila, I'm going to hand you another document as well. I just want you to have a look and see if you recognize that document as well. My Lord, that would be Exhibit C1. You've got that in front of you, Mr. Mzila?
Yes, I do have a second document here, and I do recognize that the document, it is the document that I was conducting my analysis on.
Support, please, my Lord. My Lord, can I just ask the court's indulgence? I just want to, one of the pages went loose. I'm indebted to the court, my Lord. Was that the only document that you received?
No, there is another document that was containing the exact Twitter reference in terms of the work that I needed to do. So it contained screenshots taken from Twitter.
My Lord, I'm going to ask that the witness be shown Exhibit C2 as well. Do you have that document or bundle of documents before you as well?
Yes.
And can you confirm whether that was the other document that you just referred to that you also received?
Yes, I can confirm this is another document I received from Colonel Nazol.
Now, if we can just go back to your report, Exhibit K, your CSIR report. Can you just explain to the court what's there on the cover page? What does that indicate?
This would be the document number. So at the time there was a document number system that we were using, and also the title of the document prepared by me and the date, and then the footnote that described this as a CSIR document at the bottom.
Right, and what was the date that's written there?
20 July 2022.
Now, what does that date refer to?
Well, in relation to the work, the dates relate to the period in which the events happened.
Okay. If you turn to page 1, we'll get back to the date. Just turn the page over to page 1. Just explain to the court what is that.
Page 1.
Yes. After the cover page, I do apologize. It will now technically be page 2 of the bundle, but marked as page 1 of 19.
Yeah.
You follow? Just explain to the court what is that.
This is Okay, what's the question again?
That page, what does that inform the court of?
This is an executive summary which outlines the title, the abstract, which would actually talk about the request, some keywords, objective of the report.
Can I ask? Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Mzila. Can you tell the court what was the abstract of this report? What was the
Can I
abstract?
read?
Well, it's easier if you tell the court, but if you want to read there, you can maybe read it and then explain to the court what you mean by the abstract.
So the abstract is an analysis of the social media posts, which was tweeted by then, in relation to a specific user account.
Which account was that?
It's at Duduzile Zuma-Sambudla, following the unrest that took place in South Africa just after the former president was arrested. And the analysis focuses only on the context aspects of the Twitter post as stipulated in the corresponding documents that was given by Colonel Nazo, as well as analysis of what was written in isiZulu in those Twitter, and the use of emojis and so forth on the extracted data received by the CSIR.
Okay. Now, if you turn the page to the third page of the bundle, but page 2 of 19 at the bottom, does your signature appear on that?
Yes,
Page?
my signature,
And what is the date on which you signed it?
20 July
Of which year?
2022.
Now, having that in mind, if you go back to the cover page to that date, what is the relevance of the date in the front?
The cover page
Yes.
is 20 July 2022.
Okay, so what is the relevance of the date on the front?
Still the
Cover.
same. The relevance is on the day the report was concluded, on the report regarding the Twitter post on the matter of the unrest.
Now, having received this request to compile a report, can you tell the court what methodology you used in compiling your report?
To compile the report.
What methodology did you specifically use in this instance to compile your report?
So it was simple, my lord. I received the documents, and the request was very straightforward. Focus only on the document that I was given, meaning that I did not use any foreign documents or platforms to collect the data. Only the data that I was provided, and my work was to translate, give a direct translation, and then look. By direct translation, I mean focusing on English, isiZulu expressed words, translate them into English direct, and then try to understand the context out of that word, if it's a word or if it's a phrase that is written in isiZulu, and put my own understanding of the context in relation again to the events of July unrest. Then I wrote the report based on that. That's the methodology I used.
Did you use any specific tools to do your analysis?
My lord, there was no specific tool that I used. But at the bottom of my report, I used a tool called TalkWalker, which is a free open tool meant for if you want to get a deeper understanding of the current affairs in a specific subject. But I only did that to extract most popular tweets, handlers, hashtags, and emojis. But in relation to the actual context of the document, I didn't use any other tool.
Just to recap, what document did you use at the bottom?
Can you just explain again the tool that you used and what it was used for? Just maybe go.
TalkWalk.
TalkWalk.
Yeah, like TalkWalk in one word. It's a free open tool that mostly used by people who want to maybe understand the audience or in the Twitter platform for probably doing advertisement and all of that. But what I'm trying to emphasize is that it's a free tool that is available. And my purpose for using it was to gather common themes, common hashtags that were related to the unrest at that time.
Thank you, my lord. Does that tool provide you with translations, or does it affect translations?
Repeat again.
The tool that you used, you initially indicated that you were requested to do translations. Now the tool that you just referred to, does it affect or does it provide you with translations as well, or what is the position?
Not at all.
Did you rely on any dictionaries or any other reference works?
No.
Right. If you can turn the page of your report, if you can move on to the next page, marked as page 3 of 19 at the bottom.
Yes.
Just tell the court, what is this document? What is that document?
For page 3?
Yes.
This is a change history that indicates if there are any versions of the document that followed the original document. But here it just shows that it's an original document. There is no further work that was done on the report after it was published or signed.
So in other words, the report was never amended after you signed it on the 20th of July?
It was never.
You can just follow the next page. Is it correct to say that that's just a document indicating the contents of your report?
Yes.
Right, I just want us to go a bit quicker through this part. The next page, page 5 of 19, what is the purpose of that page?
Page number 5.
Yes.
This again shows figures that are appearing in the document.
Right.
It's a table of content for figures.
Okay, then page 6.
Abbreviations that are noticeable in the document.
Right, now if we can if you can go to the, I'm going to say the crux of your report, would that start from page 7?
Yes.
Okay, now if you can start by, if you can refer to paragraph 1.1 and just explain to the court what is depicted on paragraph 1.1 of your report and how that should be interpreted.
You mean sworn affidavit 6.1 or the actual?
Where your report states number 1.1 and then next to that it states sworn statement 6.1. Are you in the same place? And below that there's a table. What I want you to do is to please explain to the court how the court should interpret or use this report that you compiled. So if you just can explain to the court what we are looking at under that.
So here we are looking at a sworn statement 6.1, which is it's in reference to the sworn statement by Sarah Jane, and I was here putting together text written in isiZulu extracted from that sworn affidavit, and on the right of the table, or like the second column, I did put the heading that says possible meaning or context.
Right. I just want to make sure we are all on the same page, so to speak. When you refer to the statement of Trent, is that the one that was shown to you as Exhibit C1?
Yes, my lord.
As the court pleases. And the reference then to 6.1, what is that?
So I'm not sure whether we should look at the actual sworn affidavit, or I must just to show where I extracted that text.
Please do so.
Yes. So on the sworn affidavit, I think the last paragraph there.
Unfortunately, it's 11 o'clock now. I can't hold the stuff any further.
As the court pleases, I do apologize. I did not look at the time.
Otherwise, I would be guilty of offending the other rights to show that.
As the court pleases.
So we'll adjourn for 30 minutes, considering we don't work back here.
As the court
30
pleases.
minutes. We'll come back after 7.
As the court pleases.
can go live the market and also for the court.
Thank you.
As the court pleases, my lord, I'm indebted to the court. Mr. Mzila, just before we took the short adjournment, we were dealing with paragraph 1.1, which makes a reference to sworn statement, then 6.1 of your report. Do you recall? Okay. Can you continue just to explain to the court what did you set out in that table and how that should be interpreted by the court?
Okay, so I have a sworn affidavit, a statement. I do not know whether I should read that out before I go to my own abstract. If that will take time, I can just speak to the extract part.
Okay. Just explain in the table. You have the it says actual text. Just explain what is that?
This means that the extracted Zulu or isiZulu line or sentence, it has a direct translation and there is a possible translation out of that. And putting that into context of what was happening at the time, then I derived to a contextual meaning of the extracted words.
Okay, but before we get to the possible meaning and the context, the table has two columns. Do you agree?
Yes.
Just deal with the table on the left-hand side that's got the heading actual text. What is that?
The actual text that on my right-hand side or on my second column is the explosive of.
Just hold on, Mr. Mzila. Just follow my question, please. If I have to repeat, just tell me. On the left-hand side, there's a table.
Yes.
It says actual text as a heading in that table. Do you agree?
Oh, so okay, I did not get your question. So the
just
actual.
wait then, hear the question, and then start talking.
Right.
Now wait, let him ask you the question, and then respond.
I'm indebted to the court, my lord. So underneath actual text, what is that and how should we deal with that? If you look at the first column of that table.
The first column is the actual text that is extracted from the paragraph. It indicates what I am going to translate on the second column.
Can you just read the actual text that you've captured there into the record?
It reads thus, in inverted commas, iziqhumane zakwaZulu, ... silindile, #Nkandla.
Right. Thank you. If we can now move to the possible meaning and context that you have in the second column on the right.
The heading is possible meaning / context. The explosives of KwaZulu. We are waiting, #Nkandla. And in brackets, that would be a direct translation.
Did you have any difficulty yourself in translating this actual
No.
text? And where did you get that direct translation from?
it's not from any source. It's me based on the fact that I'm a Zulu-speaking person. I can read in isiZulu and translate that in English.
Okay, that was under point 1, and then you've got in the same column you've got a point 2. Can you deal with that?
Weapons we have from KwaZulu. We are only waiting. This is a possible translation of the same line.
Yes. Can I ask? Can you continue? Sorry to interrupt. Just continue first. I'll get to my question later on.
Should I continue further?
Yes,
down?
continue further.
And from
What did you
there,
make of that?
I am now talking to the expression or the context, the way I understand it in relation to the events of that time.
All right. And how did you understand that?
Yeah.
Can you tell the court how did you understand that?
Should I read first or just?
Just explain to the court how did you understand that phrase that you interpreted?
So, the phrase in general, it can mean that the concerned people are waiting for explosive from KwaZulu. And it does not indicate what are those explosives. There's nothing that says it's a specific explosives, but explosives can be anything. Like I said, it can relate from anything that makes noise when you action it. For an example, a gun, a bomb, even a balloon, or anything that makes noise. But because in the same context or the same text, there are pictures with people shooting guns. I then concluded that it can only refer to guns.
Okay. In your assessment of that, can you attribute another meaning looking at the picture as well as the text?
Other than what I see in the pictures.
Correct, sir.
Like I have said already, that Izikumani can mean anything that makes noise when it's being actioned. That can be associated to anything that makes noise, like fireworks.
Can I maybe rephrase my question? You've indicated that there was a picture attached to the text. If you
Yes.
look at the picture along with the text, you say that word refers to guns. Can there be another understanding of that?
Well, considering that they are visible pictures with guns, it can only, as far as I see it, it can only mean the guns, because they are.
Mr. Mulman, if I may, no, I'm getting lost. I'm sure the witness is to assist the court.
As the court please.
So I must get clear indication how will this, what qualifies him to assist the court. I don't know what are we dealing with here. Are we dealing with an expert in linguistics? Somebody who will say this is Kumana means 1, 2, 3. Or what is, so that it's clear to me precisely what is the value of this evidence.
The court pleases, my lord. My lord, the witness has placed before court his ability to understand Zulu. It's his first language, it's his home language. He has indicated to the court, my further submission is that the evidence that he's testifying on is relevant to the proceedings, in that it's his assessment of the tweets made by the accused, and therefore the court can hear the evidence and they can be cross-examined on that aspect, my lord, and the evidence will be weighed up at the end of the trial.
That's definitely, I would say the witness should not have been called, but I'm trying to figure out how will his evidence assist the court in interpreting, just because he's a Zulu-speaking person. I should assume you are an African-speaking person. Just the fact that you are an African-speaking person does it entitle you to interpret anyone in Afrikaans. That's what worries me for now.
That's a good
about
business.
the qualification of the witness to translate is the Kuman as I was with and also a Zulu-speaking person. I might have my own
That's a good business.
interpretation of this. But then it would be appropriate if we fully understand what entitles him, what authorizes him to, what entitles him to present this interpretation to court. As far as his linguistic ability to do so is concerned. I'm just raising that
As a good
because I'm
business.
getting lost as we go on. I have no problem with his expertise on cyber issues and so on. But translating language, for me, for now, is what is puzzling. But I'm not stopping you. Just want the clarity.
My lord, my submission that I will make is that the witness is not called as a linguistic expert. He was assessing the and contextualizing the post made by the.
That's what he believes is.
And my lord,
no, I just want clarity on that.
my lord, if I may just make one further submission, as one must have regard to the evidence that's already also laid in court about the platform of Twitter, that there is, and I don't want to repeat the evidence here, is that the social media platform allows anyone with the internet connection to have access to these posts, meaning that the witness, as I want to say an ordinary citizen, would have access to it. He would see it and he can form an opinion and interpret what he sees on that post. And that is the essence.
I don't have any problem
Yes.
with that. I was only
As a good business.
the only problem with the linguistic part of it.
Yeah. My lord,
Because now we translate Siyabonga Maibuyi Afro.
Yes.
This is the command as I was receiving you. By the way, continue. I wanted just to understand what value exactly.
as the court
How
business.
relevant is this witness to what we are dealing with today? But I'm not certain.
As the court business.
Thank you.
If we then may proceed, my lord.
Yes.
As the court pleases, amended, my lord. Mr. Mzila, you've now listened to the exchange between myself and his lordship as well. But can I ask you then to just continue as you compiled your report and tell the court how you viewed these texts and how you contextualized that in terms of the mandate that you were given.
We move on to 1.2.
Thank you.
It's from source statement 6.2 and from the actual source statement, the isiZulu text that was extracted, it says Siyabonga Maibuye iAfrika.
Okay, can I just stop you there? From the actual text, if you refer to statement sworn statement 6.2, is that still a reference to paragraph 6.2 in the affidavit of C1?
Okay, maybe we can read that 6.2.
just listen to my question first, please. Does that still refer to that specific paragraph?
It's a second paragraph
Yes.
because the first one was on 6.1.
Yes. So you refer to the next one as 6.2,
Yes.
correct? Okay. Now, if you look at the actual text and you look at paragraph 6.2, there's more text there than what you copied into the actual text. Is that correct?
Yes, that's why I was. Can I read that?
Right.
That it include the actual text that I extracted.
Please listen to the State Council. Don't interrupt. Let him ask you the question. Wait, understand the question, then respond to the question that is asked.
Thank you, my
Then
lord.
make the proceedings short and straightforward.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Again, if I can just repeat, in the actual, under the actual text, you've got Siyabonga Maibuye Africa, Amandla. But if you go to paragraph 6.2, the text there that is said to be part of the tweet is much more. Can you explain that to the court? Do you understand the question?
Okay. The text is extracted from 6.2, the sworn affidavit, and it says, Siyabonga, Maibuye iAfrika. After it follows an English written text which says, you did this, Siyabonga. Let us organize ourselves, or let us now organize ourselves and unite to take back our land and take our country back from WMC and their proxies in leadership positions. Now, I'm taking that Maibuye iAfrika, or Siyabonga Maibuye iAfrika, and I'm putting it on the second column, which is a possible meaning or context.
But in the actual text, you did not include the English words as well. Is that correct in your
Yes.
report? Why is that?
Because my task was to look into what, or the request that was made to me was to look into what is written in isiZulu.
Okay.
I zoom into that, and the other text, according to me, it's straightforward for anyone to understand.
Okay. And what was the translation that you
The
gave to those
translation
words?
of Siyabonga Maibuye Africa says, we thank you, bring back Africa. That would be a direct translation. And a possible meaning can be, we thank you, let's bring back Africa, power to the people. Then I look into the context that can mean. This tweet is the whole tweet is mostly written in English, and the message is clear, like I said. But she is basically thanking those who gathered to support the events, and emphasizing that Africa, the land, must be brought back to people, and ending the sentence with a slogan, Amandla, which means power to the people. That's a direct translation as well.
Right. Is there anything else you want to say on that, or can we move on to the next one?
Come again?
Is there anything else you want to add on that, or can we move on to
Yes,
the next one?
what I can add is that this is me giving a context of what could be meant by those tweets in isiZulu.
Okay. Thank you.
Solomon, I'm also lost now. Which tweet are we talking about, which is mostly in English? I thought we were at 6.2.
Correct, sir, my lord. It appears at the bottom of 6.2 on page 3 of C2, C1, I apologize. And then if you turn the page, it's at the top is the actual screenshot of the tweet, which is then on page 450. C1,
I see.
page 3 at the bottom, and then page 4 on the
Yes,
top.
no, I understand. So, because that doesn't correspond to the tweet reflected in the report. So, if I'm correct, what I understand is that the
Gentlemen, you can't stand for
Apologies.
is that what has been suggested by Leonard Friend, just from my own understanding, is that what is called the actual text is that tweet minus everything that is in English. Is that? That's good.
Is it clear now?
Yes, my lord.
Thank you, Mr.
As the court pleases, my lord. Mr. Mzila, then if you can go to page 8 of 19 of your report and the following text that you dealt with. Can you move on to the next page?
Which is now
The next one in your report is sworn statement 6.3.
6.3 and it's 1.3, yes.
Just,
Sorry, my lord, just for the court's record, Leonard Friend made a mistake. That is not page 9, it's page 8 of the report.
So you are doing this now.
I agree, my lord. I do apologize if I said 8. It's on page 9. Page 8. I do apologize again. Page 8 of Exhibit K. And the reference to that appears on page 4 of 15 and 5 of 15 of Exhibit C1 as well. Ms. Mzila, you can continue with your report on where you, at 1.3, where you say sworn statement 6.3. Can you deal with that one, please?
So the actual text there is Amandla with 3 emojis showing a fist. I think that's the reason why that was also included in the report, because I'm trying to emphasize or bring a context out of 3 fists that are raised in the picture as well. In the context, in the text.
So what is your understanding of the meaning of the word Amandla?
Direct translation says power.
Yes.
And power to the people. That would be the meaning. The 3 fists. It can mean togetherness. Like if you can look into it, there are about 3 of them, and the repetition of that, it's more like emphasis. It's emphasizing the unity, if you can put it that way, and the expression that I am deriving from there is that she is conveying this message, the whole message there. The Twitter message is in English, but she's ending that with 3 fists as an emphasis. If maybe the emojis were not clear, it just means, my understanding is that it means togetherness, and also shows a strong belief in the text that is extracted.
Is there anything else you want to say on that translation and text that you considered?
In this and the rest, what I would try to emphasize is that this is not derived from anything scientifically or technologically. It's me associating the tweet and the events of the time.
Okay, if you refer to the events of the time, what are you referring to?
The unrest that happened in July 2021. Yeah.
Thank you. If there's nothing else, can we move on to the next paragraph, 1.4, sworn statement 6.4?
It's 1.4, sworn statement 6.4. The actual text is "we see you," and it's in English. But there's a reason why it's included there. It's because it shows repeatedly, and one can try and extract a context out of that.
If you say it's shown repeatedly, what do you mean it's shown repeatedly?
I mean repeatedly in the whole of, you find it most of the time in the actual sworn affidavit, and to me, I saw a need to try and get context out of that as part of the report.
I just want to understand, what do you say is repeated throughout? What are you referring to if you say it's repeated?
I'm referring to "we see you."
So in the context of what you were requested to do, how did you interpret that in this report of yours?
So the context of the out of "we see you," it can mean we recognize you and we are with you, we notice what you are doing. And again, there's those three fists which I said earlier on. This just symbolizes togetherness, and this expression has been her way of communicating a specific message to the audience, to say whatever action they are doing, they are being recognized, and there is a possible reward in what they are doing. There's a possible outcome out of what they are doing, and it is also coming through as an encouraging word or encouraging sentiments. This expression has been repeated in many other pictures, and the context is always the same according to me, and meaning that there's no need to repeat this part as part of the report going further.
So do I understand you correctly then, that you did not take each post or tweet and where it's "we see you" and then list them here to say?
Mostly it would be the same meaning or expression.
That's your understanding of her
Yes,
use
ma'am.
of the. Okay. Can we then move, if you have nothing else on that, can we move on to what you have as paragraph 1.5? That refers to sworn statement 6.6.
1.5 sworn statement 6.6. The actual text says "azishe CDES," normally referring to comrades. So I'm gonna just say "azishe comrades." The possible meaning in the context of that, the actual direct translation says "let it burn," and it can mean action time, and or else "let it happen," let us do it. those are possible meaning of assertion, comrades. And the context, assertion, comrades, is because of the exclamation mark. To me, this is an instruction, instruction expression, or a commanding action. In the context of the events, she's telling comrades to act. Even though the direct translation means let it burn, but the context, it's not related to burning anything. It simply means let's act. That's how I understand Azisha, comrades.
Where you have more than one possible meaning to a phrase, like in this case, how do you decide what is the meaning that should be attributed to it?
My Lord, we look at what events are happening at that time and associate the text with those events. It's true that it can mean something else. Someone can interpret the other way around. But if you look at the context and the event of time, this is how one would interpret it.
Okay. Now, if we move on in the table, the next portion, you don't make any reference to a specific paragraph. Can you tell the court where did you find that text?
It's from the file note. I think it's on page. The forensic downloaded Twitter
And
account.
is it part of the issues that are before court? This one?
Correct, sir, my lord. My lord, there was a debate with some of the witnesses on it. It's the reference that the witness is making to the document now is to Exhibit C2. And my, will just bear with me. Page 23, I believe. Page 23 of Exhibit C2, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Mr. Mzila?
Is page 23?
Yes.
Yes. So
You can continue. Just tell the court what did you understand. That just if you can maybe read the text that you, the actual text that you put there, and then further, how did you understand that? What did you understand that to mean?
So it's from
Yes, read the. What did you put there as the actual text? If you can
The
deal with
actual
that
text.
aspect, and then how you understood it. But first, the actual text. Can you read that into the record?
Okay, my lord. Actual text, it says ekabe kungaba njani uma singathi emahhovisi kamphathi wesifundazwe saKwaZulu Natal.
For the record, just in case my silence is misinterpreted, I object to this line of questioning. If Malala friend seeks to proceed with it, that's his prerogative. But I just want to explain to him that this is completely irrelevant what he's doing, unless if he qualifies this witness as an expert in what he's now busy with. And I've been waiting to see that maybe at some stage he's going to relate this to the cyber security or whatever he's an expert of. Otherwise, this is a complete waste of the court's time. if it's allowed, it must be just to give him leeway, but it's not going to assist this court in one bit.
I've heard my friend's arguments, respectfully disagree in the sense that there is value in this witness's evidence, even if one has regard to the charges before court, which the accused is facing, in the sense that the court will ultimately have to consider would a reasonable person be incited by the text or by the tweets of the accused, and would that amount to incitement to commit the offences. And my submission is that this witness is in a position to testify on that aspect.
My Lord, thank you. What my learned friend has said confirms my worst fears, that this evidence is totally irrelevant. It's the first time in the history of criminal trials that there's a witness who's called as the reasonable person. The reasonable person is determined by the court with regard to all sorts of consideration. But there's no witness who can be called here to tell us what the so-called reasonable person would say about something, number one. Number two, my Lord, the classical definition of an expert witness is a witness who is going to testify about something which the court is not capable of testifying, of making its own mind about. In other words, if there's a crash somewhere, we get an accident expert because the court's expertise is in law. Then we get that person to tell us, and then we'll. But you can't bring a so-called expert here to tell us what day of the week it is, because the court is in the same position as that witness to make that determination. So I'm afraid, my Lord, until I thought this was maybe a build-up to something, that's why I was patient with it. But at no stage are we now linking what this witness has testified to be an expert on, which, by the way, we were not given his CV, but that's a different matter. But at least what he testified to be an expert on now, today, in his on the evidence that he gives here, it's just a complete waste of time, with the greatest respect. And if this is all that is going to be done, I'm not even going to ask the witness anything. I think we'll just have to move on, because I don't know what we're doing.
Yes, well, I raised my concern with correspondence, but where we find ourselves now is that these witnesses have already started testifying. And I raised my concern that I was of the view that the witness, as a cyber specialist, his evidence will be focusing on that. But now, the witness is in the middle of his testimony. So, all what you can do is at the end of everything, you can then weigh that evidence was correct. And I cannot now say, I fear to. Perhaps let's proceed. I will listen. At the end of the day, we'll have to see whether, in fact, all what has happened is relevant or not. Otherwise, I don't want to prejudice your case before I see you completing your pattern. Thank you, Mr. Thank you.
As a court business, my Lord, I agree with that.
Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Mr. Zila.
52.
If you can continue with the text that you were reading and your understanding and explanation of that.
Thank you. Further down on Sole Statement 6.6, actual text, it says, ekaba kungaba njani uma singathi emahhovisi kamphathi wesifundazwe saKwaZulu-Natal. Possible meaning of context. What will happen if we were to visit the office of the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal? That's a direct translation. And what the possible meaning is, what if we can visit the office of the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal? Here, she was putting it out there as a suggestion that they must go and visit the office of the Premier. At that time, that was Sihle. There's a lot that would result if from visiting the office of the Premier. That relates to harm or vandalism, considering the atmosphere of the events.
Okay, so anything else that you wanted to add to that particular post?
No.
Can we then...
No, I apologize. I'm lost now for a different reason. Mr. Mulman, when he was asked by the court, said this particular tweet is on page 23. Of what? I've been looking for
C2. C2.
Well, how many pages is your C2?
How many pages in total? 34.
Okay, if that's separate, okay, I understand. It's the one with the, only with the pictures.
Correct, sir. The, as the court pleases, it's Exhibit C2, the extracted download that was done, as the court pleases. Thank you, my lord. Mr. Mzila, then can you move on to the next table that you've got there? Do you, if you look at the screenshot that was on page 24 of page 34 of Exhibit C2. Are you there, Mr. Mzila? Exhibit C2, page 24 of 34.
The actual text says Oksalayo is the people's president and the people's choice.
Yes. Now again, if we look at the original text contained on page 24 of 34 on Exhibit C2, will you agree with me that there's more text in the actual tweet than what you've put here?
So the possible meaning context, what remains, that will be the direct translation. The fact is possible meaning, and the expression there in this tweet, she was emphasizing the fact that even if the former president was expelled, jailed, or detained, according to her, he was the people's president of choice.
But I just handed an extra copy of the Exhibit C2 to my learned friend that he can follow. So if you look at the bundle with only the tweets, can you go to that one, please? Page 24 of 34.
Page
24 of 34. Are you there?
Is this the page reference?
Yes, the one at the top, the picture at the top, the tweet at the top. Do you have it? Oh, apologies, my lord. The confusion is my mistake. I do apologize. I'm on the wrong page. I do apologize. I do apologize, my lord. That was my mistake. It's at the bottom of page 29 of 34. I do apologize. Mr. Mzila?
Is there no one from your members who can assist with
I do apologize, my lord.
pages endlessly?
29 of 34 at the bottom. If you look here, Mr. Mzila. Thank you, my lord.
Yes, that's true. Yes, I got it.
Thank you for the indulgence, my lord. So if you go back, if you have regard, is that the tweet that you considered?
Yes, it's the same tweet. Referred to from the last table on page 9
Right?
of the report.
And you've dealt with the meaning that you attribute to that word.
Yes.
Then the last one that you have, can you deal with the last one that you have in your report?
And it's back to the sworn affidavit statement. I'm going to look for the page number.
Can you go to page 33?
It's page 33.
Can you have a look at page 33 and see if you agree with me on that? It's the second last page of the bundle.
Yes, I got it.
Okay. If you look at the last table that you've got there, can you read to the court what you have there as the actual text?
The actual text says command as in with 3 dots.
Yes.
Possible meaning and context. 1. Come out of the houses. That's a direct translation. It can mean come out of your houses, come join. This is how I interpreted this. And the expression, this is more like a commanding expression, and an announcement telling the audience to come out of their houses and join the mass action or activities that were taking place at the time. It
Now-
can have another meaning from someone else, but if I look at what was happening and the picture, that's the context I can get out of that.
And what do you see in the picture?
The picture has a gathering, people facing a residential building.
Thank you. Now, if you look at the rest of page 10, 11, up until page 15, so from page 10, the bottom part, up until page 15.
Of the report.
Yes, of your report. Do you agree with me that that relates to the period June to July 2022?
Yes.
Now, my lord, that falls outside the scope of the charges before court. I'm not going to lead the witness on that portion as the court pleases. Then, Mr. Mzila, I just want you to just briefly explain to the court, you talked about a tool that you used to compile this report. Now, if you look at page 16 and 17 of your report, can you explain to the court what's those diagrams there?
So Top Walker is the tool that we use to extract the pictures or figures from 5 to 9. The first one is depicting hashtags that were so popular at that time. And figure 6 depicts the themes that were popular related to the unrest, of course.
Okay.
And figure 6 is top accounts. Or figure 7 is top accounts that were interacting with the subject of the time, which was July unrest. And I think the last one is just emojis that were also popular in Twitter at that time, there's also figure 9. You also get not necessarily accounts, but names of popular figures at that time that were associated with the whole of July unrest. Either they were referred to or mentioned by someone who was talking about the same subject.
Thank you. Lord, may I just have a... May I just have a quick...
Yes.
Thank you, my lord. I don't have any further questions for this witness.
Thank you.
Thank you, my lord. Good afternoon, Mr. Mzila.
Good afternoon.
Yes. You have no expertise in the isiZulu language, correct?
That's correct.
Whatever you say to this court regarding that is simply because, apart from the fact that you studied isiZulu in high school, it's simply because you are a Zulu-speaking person, like all other people in this room.
100% that's true.
Thanks. All right. And to be fair to you, you've never claimed to be an expert, a linguistic expert in isiZulu.
Yes, I have never.
Your only expertise is in cybersecurity,
and information security.
information systems, that kind of thing.
Yes.
Broadly ICT related issues.
Yes.
And today you have not been questioned on that side of the ICT and cybersecurity, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Okay. Ordinarily, I would just stop here. Because, but since you're here, you flew all the way from Pretoria. I think let's just ask one or two things. Your testimony really is that when you refer to the events, you are talking about unrest.
Yes.
Right. So the tweets from the accused, whenever you say, well, it was about the events, you are really referring to the general unrest.
Yes.
Correct.
Correct.
And do you know when the unrest started?
The actual dates I can't remember, but I know that it was early in July, I think 7 to 13 or 14.
Yes. Okay, well, maybe to give you a hint, the actual incarceration of the former president was on the 8th of midnight, between the 7th and the 8th. So let's say on the 8th.
Yeah.
You would agree that the so-called unrest happened after that?
Yes.
Yes. Or at least the unrest that you are referring to.
Yes.
And you made no effort to analyze the tweets in relation to that, whether they were before, during, or after that period yourself?
I did not
Yes.
do extra work other than the scope that I was given.
I see. So let's just take a random example.
Yes.
If you go to your report, page, sorry my lord, page 7, sorry my lord. Were you discussing the tweet at 6.2?
Yes.
You don't know when that took place, do you?
I don't.
So then how can you testify as you did to this court that, sorry, I don't want to misquote you. Go to page 7 of your report to say, she is basically, are we together?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah. She is basically thanking those who gathered to support the unrest. How do you come to such a conclusion if you don't know when that happened?
But the actual context or the text is taken from the zoning affidavit where there is a referral of the date on top that says in that on the 5th of July, and there's a timestamp, then this tweet is extracted in relation to that time.
I
So that time, as far as I remember, it was during the same unrest.
I see. So I think you've already, in fairness to you again, you've testified that basically what guided you here is the affidavit of Sarah Jane Trent
Yes,
and the so-called mandate you got from Lieutenant Colonel Nazo,
yes,
which was to assist the Hawks.
yes.
In their investigation.
Yes.
So you yourself, you have not prepared an expert report for this court except to bring what you gave to the police or the Hawks to assist them.
Yes, it's true.
Have you ever testified as an expert in a criminal case before?
No,
It's your first time.
it's my very first time, even close to court.
No, I can believe that. Yeah. All right. All right. Then what would be your comment? You just said that the tweet you are referring to from Sarah Jane Trent's affidavit says the 5th of July.
Yes.
Do you know what day of the week the 5th of July was?
No, I didn't check.
It was a Monday.
Okay.
Can you take my word for that? Come on.
I can quickly verify.
You can. It's up to you.
My phone is off.
All right. For now, then you'll have to accept that I'm not misleading the court.
Yes.
All right. Do you know what happened? What had happened on the 4th of July, which was the Sunday?
No, I don't.
You don't know.
I don't.
Is it your evidence that by the 5th of July there was some unrest before, in other words, before the incarceration of former president?
It's not my evidence per se, but based on the affidavit, it shows that there were already some initiatives or gatherings or discussions that were happening regarding, because the issue about the arrest of the former president was already in the media. My take is that there were already discussions in some places, I don't know, regarding what should happen if really that happens, takes place, if the president gets arrested.
I think you're just talking now.
Yes, I am.
Yes, but you don't know what you're saying. What does that mean? There were already discussions between who and who about what?
Okay. My report is based on this affidavit, and it says, the text, it says whoever extracted this data indicates that this tweet was published on the 5th. I'm saying if the president was arrested on the 8th, prior to his arrest, there were already talks in the media about possible arrest of the president. And as a supporter of the president, people would start, this is me. I'm not saying that for the fact. I'm saying then people it's possible that they can meet to discuss what would be the way forward should the former president be arrested.
I see. And if they do, that is unrest.
No. And I am not saying what happened in this affidavit is a true reflection of the events. I gave a context based on the text that I extracted in the text.
Now, Mr. Mzila, please, can you just assist us? These are your words,
Yes.
and you want the court to accept those words.
Yes.
So we're busy now testing if those words make any sense, logically and otherwise.
Yes.
Okay? Your words. She is basically thanking those who gathered to support the unrest. Now I'm asking you a simple question. Whether the unrest you are referring to had taken place on the date of the tweet that you say was tweeted on the Monday, the 5th of July, 2021.
It had not taken place.
Thank you. And therefore, that evidence cannot be of any value to the court, correct?
Okay.
Pardon?
Yes.
Thank you. And for your information, well, no, let me start with that here. For your information, the picture that you have on page 4 of 15 of C1 is indeed of people in a gathering. You can see-
34.
Yes, page 4.
Page 4.
Remember that evidence relates to 6.2 of C1.
Yes.
So just go there. Oh, sorry, I think you're looking at C2.
Say page 34.
No, page 4
4
of
the
C1
Which
of
one is the-
Sarah Jane Chan's
Okay,
affidavit.
okay, yes. Yeah, this is a picture. This is page 4.
Yes. And you see that in the tweet under discussion, there's a group of people, many people
Yes, with placards.
with placards.
Yeah.
Yes. Now I'm telling you, that was a gathering which took place on that Sunday at Nkanka. If you look at that picture, I'm sure you can see that there's a mountainous background,
Yes.
right? Okay. And that gathering was addressed by President Zuma himself, so he was not in prison.
Yes.
You remember that? You might remember just as a person.
Yes.
You do, yes.
Yeah.
The last Sunday before the
Before
possible
the-
arrest,
yeah.
there was a meeting there. And that meeting, in your knowledge, did it have any unrest?
Not that I'm aware of on that day.
On any day? Did it have unrest, yes or no?
No.
Thank you. So effectively, you are just here as the mouthpiece of Sarah Jane Trent. If she made a mistake, you will make the same mistake as in this example, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, the other evidence that you have given here is that I don't. Are you also not an expert in English? I assume.
No, I'm not.
You're not.
I'm an English speaker, but I'm not an expert.
Or an English speaker. Okay. But you also wanted to assist the court in the English expression, we see you.
Yes. Well, it is me assisting the the colonel who came to CSR. That's where it started, assisting them.
Yes. Lieutenant Colonel Nazo.
Yes.
Yes. Well, I understand that.
Okay.
This whole thing, why we're here, it started with Lieutenant Colonel Nazo and Miss Sarah Jane Trent. But you know that she had made up her mind that the accused was guilty of certain things in her affidavit.
Oh yes, if you look at, if we're referring to this affidavit.
I am referring to that one.
Yes.
That's the only affidavit we're
Yes.
talking about.
I agree.
Yes. And Lieutenant Colonel Nazo also had made up his mind that not only was the accused guilty, but she was part of some conspiracy with other people.
I'm not aware of that.
You're not aware?
No.
Sorry. All right. I don't know if this is the statement of Colonel Nazo, my lord. I had referred to it in the cross-examination of Lieutenant General, of Major General Governor, but I'm not aware if it was handed up. My lord, at this stage, then can I, with the permission of the court, I'll just read a paragraph. It's not yet an affidavit, but just for the purposes of cross-examination.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, my lord. All right.
Mr. Moleman, no objection?
No, my lord, it's part of it's a affidavit that was disclosed to the defense in the docket. I suspect I know where my defense is heading with this question. So
Thank you. Proceed then, Mr.
Mr. Mulman's suspicions aside, Lieutenant Colonel Nazo made a number of statements, I'm thinking about 5 or more in this case. I'll just read you 2 extracts. In the one statement, just listen carefully because the question will only come at the end. For now, just listen. In the one statement, my lord, which is dated 15th July 2021, which in the docket it's A1, yes, it's A1. Paragraph 19 of that, he says, Colonel Nazo, I hold the view that unless the Paragraph 17. From the aforegoing, together with the statement of the complainant, that is Trent, I am of the belief that the said Zuma-Sambudla has conspired with other persons to cause the crimes to be committed as described in all paragraphs mentioned above, and thereby, in other words, by that conspiracy, incited, instigated, contributed to the unrest and rioting that has gripped the province. Okay, so that's the first one. And then Colonel Nazo made another statement on, sorry my lord, I just want to get the date. Correctly. 21st July 2021. The suspect is alleged to have committed the above-mentioned offences during the period 8 to 17 July. It is believed that the suspect committed the aforementioned offences in the furtherance of a common purpose with other conspirators who conspired with each other during the period January 2021, July 2021. Now, this is what I'm now putting to you. Because it looks like what you are saying is that everything you are saying to this court is inspired or emanates from either Colonel Nazo or Ms. Trent or both, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, I'm just demonstrating to you that these are two people who had made up their minds about the guilt and even went into the kind of detail that I read to you. You understand that?
I understand that.
Yeah. So, going back to the question we spoke about earlier, so wherever they are wrong or made a mistake, naturally that would flow to you, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, probably the last topic I want to canvass with you so that we don't have to detain you here unnecessarily after lunch is you say in relation to the we see you, to the extent that you can assist anybody about it. You say that the reason why in your report you don't pick it out 20 times
yes.
or whatever is because it appears in many tweets. I think your word was repeatedly, correct?
Yes.
But your evidence is that in all those 20 tweets, I'm just making up the number, so I won't hold you to it. In all those repeated and many tweets, it has the same meaning.
Yes.
Standard meaning.
In as far as the account is concerned.
Yes.
Yes.
Of the accused.
Yes.
Correct. In other words, again, we can do the exercise like I've done it. We can pick any of the tweets and we see you will have a standard meaning.
Yes.
According to you.
According to me, yes.
Yeah. Okay, then let's do that. I want to pick out a let's pick up just maybe one or two random ones. Go to page 20 of C2. Yeah.
Yes.
You see that it says, comrades at Umgeni Road, we see you, Amandla.
Yes.
It looks like just cars that are driving by. There's nothing to do with unrest, correct?
Let me check.
Please.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, and then let's take another one. Page 16. It says, we see you there by N2 Tukela Bridge, Amandla, with the fists and the exclamation marks. It's people driving under a bridge, correct?
Page 16. 16
of 34, yes.
Yes.
Okay, also that doesn't suggest anything about unrest, correct?
I cannot confirm. I don't know if we can safely say this gathering was.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
My Lord, I'm a bit concerned about the way the question is phrased for the witness before court. These are still images of videos. And we've watched all these videos in court. Now, the witness obviously didn't say that he has the opportunity to view videos or whatever, but these vehicles were not moving, so these vehicles were actually standing still in that particular community that the defendants.
Okay, my lord, fair enough. Maybe I haven't laid the basis. Mr. Nzila,
Yes.
you received this document as like this, correct?
Yes.
C2. You didn't receive any videos.
No.
Good. So I'm now talking about your understanding. Forget about the videos and what have you. Your evidence based on this document. All right, thank you. Now, I'm saying from what you see at page 16 of 34, at the bottom, there's no sign of unrest, whether the vehicles are moving or standing or whatever. Correct?
Correct.
Thank you. And, sorry. Page 17 of 34, same answer, correct?
Yes, advocate. Can I say something?
Of course, of course.
So, my analysis of We See You, I didn't say it instigated violence or anything. I said she meant I see you, I support you. If she says that on this, it might be maybe she was referring to whatever they were doing, not necessarily that it was crime that they were doing.
I see.
Yes.
So that's where exactly, Mr. Nzila. So We See You does not relate to crime.
No. As a text, it doesn't relate to any crime.
Thank you, my lord. Those are all questions.
Thank you, my Lord. I don't have any examination for this witness.
Thank you.
My Lord, I just want to correct something. I did indeed, as Mr. Paul pointed out earlier, refer to a reasonable person. That is indeed, it was a slip of the tongue, if I can put it like that. What I was referring to is the charge on count 3 that the accused is facing, where it makes a reference to the reasonably expected that the natural and probable consequence. But that's a matter for argument. I just want to say that it was a slip
All
of the
right,
tongue.
thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
On that aspect, Mr. Both, you want to say something?
No, not on the reasonable person.
All right, then. You may sit down now.
Oh, you got pose questions as a court, please.
Just one issue or two for clarification. I want to understand your scope. What was really your scope on the whole issue? What scope, what were you required to do in this matter?
The scope of work that I was given was to use Sarah's affidavit and look for or interpret any Zulu written Twitter by the account in question, translate it into English and also give a context according to my understanding. That would be the actual scope that I was given.
So your only scope, the scope was that you had to look at Saratin's affidavit, I captured well, look for any Zulu word in the Twitter and translate it.
Yes,
Why?
my lord.
Yes. Why? Because you are a Zulu speaking person or because of any other qualification that you are entitled to interpret the Zulu language to English language. That's what I want to understand.
My understanding, my lord, was that the request came to CSIR and it was directed to cybersecurity group under Dr. Chabumtsweni, who from his disposal of the people that he at the time was leading, he looked for a senior person who could also speak in isiZulu to assist in that regard.
So what is your answer then to my question?
The answer is that because three elements in that. First would be that the team that was doing the investigation, they couldn't understand that lingo, that language, isiZulu in those tweets, which is the state. And number two, that I was the senior there who could speak isiZulu. Those are the main reasons. There was no further request in terms of go further and look maybe other sources or do further investigation outside of that scope. I would want to believe again that maybe in a bigger picture of things, there were other experts within the CSR who were given some other function within the report. But I cannot go further that I wouldn't be so sure about that because I haven't seen anything related to that. So my understanding was that it was a portion of the whole.
All right, I've heard you. I want to summarize it.
Okay.
One, you are saying that so that I summarize it once and for all. Now, you are saying that there are two main reasons why you are given this scope. People there will not understand isiZulu language. Am I saying correct?
Yes, my lord.
Two, you were the only senior person who could understand isiZulu language. That is the reason why they gave you this scope.
Yes, my lord.
That is if that is your understanding, then thank you. That's all what I wanted to know. Any issue arising from the court examination?
My lord, yes, there are. I have a few questions arising from that, but I see it's 1 o'clock, my lord. I was trying to avoid us having to perhaps maybe have to come back after lunch because of what we had discussed, but it looks like we have to come back anyway.
How long are you going to be? Then I can negotiate with the staff.
Maybe we can negotiate.
Do you have anything after lunch, Mr. Mulman?
For the whole hall.
For this matter, I mean after lunch today, do we have anything after this witness?
No, I apologize. No, I understand your question. I do apologize. This is the witness that we would have had for today and tomorrow actually as well. So.
Can I then negotiate, because I must also respect their...
Yes.
Can we proceed? Right, then sought green light from them.
Thank you, my lord.
Proceedings.
I'm indebted to your lordship. All right, Ms. Duduzile, I'm just going to ask you a few questions and then I will address the court on something that does not concern you. So, you know the difference between interpretation and translation?
My understanding is that translation will refer to a written text, and interpretation would be a spoken language, like when you have an interpreter here, and also when you're writing, you become
Okay, so the answer is you don't know the difference between interpretation and translation, correct?
It's my understanding.
Yes, it's wrong.
Okay.
So you don't know.
Okay.
Okay. So, all right, let me assist you then. In translation, and that's the answer you gave to your lordship, translation is the exercise you went through, where it says amandla means power. That's translation. Okay? Interpretation would mean putting the whole thing into context. Because I might say amandla nicely, or I might say amandla forcefully, and then you interpret the context. You understand the difference now?
Okay, yes.
Yeah. But the exercise that you did, as you correctly put it, was translation. If you nod it on record.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. And you've already explained to your lordship. I just want to say this, maybe in fairness again to you. You can comment if you want. In all the witnesses that have been brought in this case, you are the fifth witness.
Okay.
First one was Major General Govender, then it was Sarah Jane Trent, then Brigadier Steinbeck, and Ms. Sadlia. You are the first witness who speaks any African language. We can accept that for now.
Okay.
Right. And presumably that's why you have been called here, according to the answers you gave to your lordship. But you accept from our earlier interaction, I don't want to repeat it, that as far as the Zulu language is concerned, you have zero expertise.
Yes.
And His Lordship kindly revealed when he was addressing my colleague, Advocate Mulman, that he is also a Zulu-speaking person with respect. You do not profess to have any better expertise than the court on that subject, correct?
I do not.
And if there was a choice between calling you and a professor in isiZulu from the University of KZN on this issue, who would be the better witness?
The professor.
The professor. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Anything, Mr. Moore? Thank you. Mr. Mzila,
My lord.
I wish to thank you for your time. you have said you have never been near a court, so today you have your first experience. Then travel safely back to Johannesburg. You are now excused. You may step down.
Thank you, my lord.
Yes.
I know we said we want to finish addressing you on this aspect. However, can I maybe ask this? I would just need a short indulgence to sort out Mr. Zila's arrangements for traveling back to see us anything to travel back tomorrow.
Yeah.
But there are an indication of how we should go with the way forward in this matter.
Yeah.
May I just ask if, and I know we've taken some time off the lunch of the court stuff, if we can perhaps reconvene at 10 past 2.
Yes.
But we will probably have to come and see you in chambers before that, so that when we come to court, that we just deal with the matter accordingly.
My lord, yes, reluctantly, I would agree, my lord. I was trying to save all of us from having to come back after lunch, but if Malene friend needs to tie up a few things, there's nothing we can do as a court basis.
Then we'll come back
10
at
past.
10 past 2.
As the court pleases, however, even if we can maybe arrange with your registrar to see you just before that.
You are welcome.
Oh, we
to
can
see
see
me.
that. But
You want to
now,
see me now?
We can, but I still would want to come back at a later stage because I just need to
It's
sort
fine,
out
but you can see me now.
as the court
also.
pleases.
as court basis.
Court will adjourn until 10 past 2. Court will rise.
Thank you, my lord. My lord, yes. My learned friend will place on record what has been agreed, but mine is simply just to place on record one or two issues regarding the way forward, my lord. I hold instructions, my lord, for two issues. The first one regards the non-calling of the investigating officer, Lieutenant Colonel Nazo, who, as we indicated in the evidence, seems to be central and the material witness. We are going to have some discussions with the state about that in the intervening period, and one of three things would happen. Either he will be called, which is, we can't force the state to call a witness, or we will then, he must be then made available to us, or the third option is we would have to apply for the court to call him in terms of section 167 of the Criminal Procedure Act, but that's always the last option.
Yeah.
The second item, my lord, which we want to place on the record is also an intended application to recall Ms. Sarah Jane Trent, who was I think the second witness, my lord. And once again, we will make arrangements with the state and hopefully report back at the next date, which my learned friend will talk about. But for the record, the reason why we would like to recall her is because she gave certain evidence between the last sitting of this court in November and now. She gave certain evidence at the ad hoc committee in Parliament, and among other things that she testified about was this case and what drove her to lay the so-called complaint, apparently at the assistance of a Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. That will require, among other things, for us to obtain the transcript of what she said, which is relevant to this case, in Parliament under oath. And once again, we anticipate that we will find each other with the state as to the ambit of her further evidence. Obviously, we don't want her to talk about all the other things that she spoke about in Parliament which have nothing to do with this case. Yes, for now, those are the issues, my lord. There might be another issue, but I think it would be premature to deal with it. So,
with regard to the second one,
yes,
you say you intend to are you making this application to recall now?
Yes, I am, my lord, but the reason why I'm kind of reluctant is because if we find each other with the state, then there would be no need to burden your lordship with a finding. But I don't know what my learned friend's attitude is. Otherwise, we can make the application, and I'm not sure if it will be
I mean,
proposed.
that's one of recalling the witness.
Yes, of recalling the one who has already testified.
Why I am raising this issue is because it will be as if the matter is postponed now, just for another application, instead of knowing now from now when the matter comes back, then we deal with the matter.
My Lord, the application that the defense intended to bring was brought to our attention this morning. And certain submissions was made to us on the basis on which that application could be made. The state, unfortunately, at this stage will have to consider what was said in that evidence on whether we want to oppose the application or not. So, in essence, that is sort of even if the defence makes the application today, my submission would be is in order for the state to inform the to make an informed decision on that application, we would have to consider the submissions that was made to us this morning and the content then of that. With regards to the if the witness is being called back, my lord, the further issue would also be the transcripts in this matter as well as the transcripts of what was said in that matter. But that is what we will sort out between the parties themselves.
Well, why I raise this issue, my concern is now progress made on this matter. Because simply postponing the matter, remember, if this matter is adjourned to a holding date, I will not be there. So that application will not be brought, which means that the matter will still have to be adjourned to a date where I will still hear this application. And on that date also, it's unlikely then that the matter will proceed. So we already have, as you know, serious backlog on criminal matters.
My submission is that I don't foresee that the matter will be delayed just of that aspect.
Yes.
But obviously I don't want to commit to anything at the moment, but I don't foresee that the matter will either go one way or the other, so that we can proceed on the date following on the holding date. As the court wishes.
My lord, if I may, my lord, I also would like to just to weigh in on that aspect. My lord, just from the way that we've been operating with the state, I can almost give an assurance to your lordship that we will be mindful to the point your lordship is raising. And the likely scenario is that we will find each other in the interregnum as to whether the witnesses are going to be called and so on. And we will indicate to your lordship so that, and I agree, we must avoid at all costs the idea of bringing that application only when we are in your lordship's court. So when we are in your lordship's court, it will either be, if we decide we don't want the witnesses for some reason, which is unlikely, then we proceed with our case. If we have found each other, then we call the witnesses, not apply to call them.
That I understand.
That's
as you know, we have that backup case here. If I knew the matter will collapse today, that backup matter will not have been adjourned to 16. It will have been adjourned to. So in other words, the workload is just increasing backlog. Instead of finalizing this matter, I have to jog around now for the whole 2 weeks until I get to another, because allocation of criminal matter is done in advance.
I understand.
Well, it's fine then, I understand. So what do we do now?
My lord, the date that we've agreed upon and arranged with the High Court's role coordinator is the 13th of August to the pre-trial conference role.
Yeah.
That would be the holding date to confirm that we will be proceeding, and all these other issues raised would have been sorted by then, and then to confirm the further dates on which the matter will proceed.
To pre-trial?
As a holding date. As a holding, it's
This matter is already before this court now.
Yes.
How can it go back to pre-trial?
My lord, it's on,
No.
it's on the pre-trial roll, my lord.
I see. So in short, this matter will be adjourned to 13 August. That 13 August will be holding date.
Correct, sir. That's indeed the position.
You agree, Mr.
I agree, my lord, on the understanding that, and I suppose that's the mention of pre-trial, that would happen before any other charge, the holding date. But before your lordship, then that date will be announced at that point.
Let me clarify it now forever.
Yes.
Holding date will be here in open court.
Correct.
Even if I'm not here, the other judge then will adjourn the matter, but it won't go back to pre-trial conference.
As a it's just I refer to it as the pre-trial.
All right, can we move forward then? So that's all for me.
That's understood, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, both of you.
Thank you.
You may stand up, Ms. Zuma-Sambudla. Your matter is adjourned to 13 August 2026. That date will be a holding date. You are out on warning. Shul will be required to be in court on 13th of August, 10 o'clock. Thank you.
I'm sorry, my lord. Something has just come to my head now because of an arrangement that we normally have in another case in Maritzburg. Could I request, my lord, that of course the accused person ordinarily should be here, but that your lordship could make a ruling that it's not necessary for her to attend. In other words, if there are other matters, because it will really just be.
Mr. Malma.
My lord, if it was before you, I would agree to that, but if it's before another presiding officer, and I'm not suggesting that the accused will not attend court on the following day, if she doesn't then appear, how do my lord deal with the matter then? So I think it would still be appropriate for the accused to be before court on the 13th of August.
So the accused will be before court.
That's okay.
Let's go, please.
Just to reiterate, Ms. Sambudla Zuma, your matter is adjourned to 13 August 2026. That date will be holding date. You are out on warning. You will be here in court on 10 o'clock on that date. Thank you to all of you. Court will rise.